I'm back. Hi. Sorry, I don't know. I think that was my internet hiccuping. That's not Twitch. That was my bad. Okay, I think we're good though. I think we're good. I accidentally started my stream on a VPN, which can cause lagging to happen. So I restarted my stream, turning off my VPN. So we're good, we're good. All right. All right, this is an intense moment. This was not the time for the stream to die. Thanks, internet, for nothing. Okay. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I feel like this is a life-changing... Like, the first option you get in this game feels so important. And I don't like this. What if I get my first game over by saying the wrong thing? The first thing I do. Oh, God. I kind of want to wait and see. I don't want to say I do. It's my decision. If I get game over, it's on me, but I'm waiting and seeing. I don't trust the professor, sorry. Cosmo is the lawyer here. I can't defend myself. If I said I do, it would be a tantamount to lying. Yeah, the professor is sus. Trying to get us to flunk this trial. Not on my watch. And I've been accused for murder. Oh, for goodness sake, this is no time for lies. Try to stop fidgeting, Renosuke. It's distracting. But if I don't say I'll defend myself now, things could end very badly for my friend. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear. Yes! Who will... Oh. Yes. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. Wait, I didn't even get an option. Wait. There was never a choice. Fucking hell. I was so stressed out, man. What are you playing at, Renosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think... Okay, look, I have faith in you, Kazuma. You're my partner. And I had faith in you. But the game said, fuck that. Okay? I just want to make that very clear. I fully trusted in him to be my defendant. Like, I don't think I'm going to ruin his career, but whatever. Whatever, game. Now I just seem like a bad friend. No, it's not that really. It's just, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes, I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really? Objection! Oh, there's the objection. Oh, I saw it! It's the first one! I now know where the meme comes from! I saw it! We saw the meme! Okay, the game's over, right? It doesn't happen ever again? Like, it's just that one? Got it. Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruto-san? Oh, yes, exactly! Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. Oh my god. In fact, my mind's complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruto? Yes, Your Excellency! It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Yes! Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous. I can't even remember that. Wait. Reno's game. Let me guess, your mind's gone blank. Hell yeah, it has.
It's disappointing. Wannabe fans would start with the trilogy. Why are you starting with this one?
Shut up.
Kaksu is convenient. This one's not the best.
You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. Wait, why do we have a court record just on our being? Wait, we would have to like leave the room. Isn't that illegal? You can access the court record with the press of R. Oh! If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all here. I just have to press R for the court record? Oh, right. There's no time to lose. Okay, I have to do it now. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with R. People. Oh, look at all these people. They look like a bunch of bitches. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. Okay, I'm 23. Oh wait, that's not me, that's Kazuma, my partner. My partner is 23 years old. A second year, my best friend, despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. Yeah, he should be my defense lawyer. Wait, hold on, what am I doing? Let me... I want to ban said person. Okay, they only got a timeout, but that deserves a ban for being a little bitch. Let me play what I want, okay? Fuck you. Eugene Mikitoba is 42, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. Takatsuchi Aochi, 51. This guy just looks evil, like he's definitely the bad guy. The lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought. John H. Wilson. Wait, I don't know who this is. Oh, the victim. That's the oh, now we know. Famari. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. Hold on. Let me check audio levels. I just realized normally when I start a new game, I check audio levels, but I did not do such. Okay. Okay, so the victim is Wilson, the professor who died. He was visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. He was a visiting professor. from the British Empire. Okay. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. You'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court. I already did. Alright. X to present.
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England invited to UMayo University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has found profound implications. The British Empire. It is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. The two are both undergraduates in the Imperial UMayo University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? Ugh, I didn't do it. I love his expressions. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly, our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. Cosmo do be hot, though. Do you see that headband, though, that he's wearing? Like, shh. Majestic. Nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then. Partner. Hell yeah. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. Oh. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. Ooh. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency! How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Rinosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence. But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now! Post-Mortem Report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by blood loss from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Shortly after 2 p.m. 3 days ago. Fired at close range. Fatal hammer, oh god, I don't know how to say that word, but I know what it is. From pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Okay.
Yes!
Yes! According to this document, the victim suffered hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the Post-Mortem Report. Oh. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. Here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see! As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. That's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Ugh, this is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor, you mean Dr. Mikatoba? Clearly, you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean I can still act as your assistant. Ooh, assistant. Wait. Wait, you're right. I never noticed he does have a sword. Wait, is that allowed? Cosmo has a sword in court. Well, it's fake. It's a fake sword, so they allow it. That's weird. I didn't notice that. I can still act as your assistant. Of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asagi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. It's fake. It has to be. Why would they? It's a rubber, yeah, rubber sword. Yeah, yes. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Cosma. My first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stare. I like how the game calls out the headband. Rein in your headband, bitch. What's it doing blowing in the wind that's non-existent? Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called Le Carnaval. Oh! He's just bleeding. What? Are you okay? Are you all right? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother. Regular occurrence? What? Do you go to a dog? That can't be healthy. It's just ketchup. No, it's not ketchup. He's dying. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed by foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. Dude's coughing up blood, and why is nobody fazed by this? Like, nobody's concerned? Like, are you okay? I'm pretty sure every goddamn person saw that, and just no one cares. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants at an Occidental eatery 3 days ago. People die every day, no big deal. Oh my god. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Perspiring, maybe, but aspiring? Ryunosuke just seems like such a mood, man. It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else at the place. Oh my god. Bro! It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery. Crockery and cutlery? I know cutlery, but what the fuck is crockery? Whatever. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on! Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up the gun that I found laying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke, you'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter, standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. I don't understand why this is still... What? Without question. Apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? This dude's like gonna fucking die. Like, what? There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still. I mean, I'll have my chance to defend myself. It doesn't need to be now. I'll have my chance. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I never have gotten into Yume University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know? Oh, well then. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. All right, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say it. Oh, okay. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are we gonna do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? Uh-oh. He's doing the evil anime thing! That's the evil anime thing! The evil anime thing where you push up your glasses and you're like, haha, all according to plan! With his 2 fingers! That is so blatantly anime villain. I see it. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. Okay, I'll tell you what's happening right now. I'll tell you what's happening. Somebody set this whole thing up and they got the waiter in on it. And what they did is they threatened the waiter. They gave him like this poison or something that causes him to cough up blood. And they were like, you know what? We'll only give you the antidote or the cure to your coughing up blood disease if you plead that the student was alone. So he's threatened. It's literally a case of this waiter guy, he either lives or he dies. If he agrees that the woman was there, he dies. If he pleads that he was all alone, then he'll get the cure for his coughing up bloodness. I'm 5,000 IQ, I'm telling you. That's what's going on right now. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment layout drawn by yourself, I presume? That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. You're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course, here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. Dude's just casually dying. And no one cares. The court has now heard a precis of the case. At the moment the gunshot we heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. We're totally ignoring the fact that I said that there was also a woman in the room? Okay, thanks. Defendant Naruto. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. Oh, is that why he sweat? That's why he was sweaty, because maybe his business card shows that he's not actually the waiter. He was hired to pretend like he was, but he's not actually. So they're gonna look on the back of his business card and be like, oh, so I see you're actually a lifeguard. You're not actually. I don't know, lifeguard was the first thing that came to my mind. I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. But he wasn't present at the scene of the crime. He ran in after the gunshot happened. He didn't physically see it. What is wrong with these people? What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm gonna be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Oh, he's giving me the cold stare. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikitoba's said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just gonna abandon that duty? Are you gonna give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Point. Indeed. Prosecutor Achi, please continue with the proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck youth mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. You said that this waiter was the only person in the room. How could there be other witnesses? Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. The Great Nippon Imperial Army's Sergeant Ayisa Nosa, reporting for duty, sir. That mustache is interesting. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity for the effluence of our nation, Nippon. And conduct my trade for Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio Kurakuta at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curious with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks our potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because he's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence that the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes? Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now the court will hear your formal testimony, police. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir! Standing by, ready to report, sir! Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Witness testimony. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regular beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Ah, yes, the beefsteak was in the background of the picture of the gunshot wound. So there was a steak, completely uneaten, by the way. Why would you order a steak and not eat it? That's another question for later, you son of a bitch. I saw that steak. Don't think I didn't see that steak in the picture. All right, I'm smart. I'm five-head. Let me prove it to you. In this picture in the background, we see a beefsteak. Completely uneaten. If you ask me, this is its own crime. To leave a steak completely uneaten on your plate. What the fuck are you thinking? While having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a peculiarly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded curious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. Well, where were you when the waiter came out and claimed he saw no one? So you shot and ran, and you left your steak behind? You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir, affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir, the cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Renosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the ground. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang! Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. So he picked up the gun, and it happened while his back was turned. And then the person just disappeared. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. The sergeant! Why would you leave your beefsteak? I'm telling you! Bruh, that is so sus! Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Do it now! As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict. Oh. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
Objection! The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Cosmo is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. All right, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do with a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive evidence and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. All right, it's all or nothing. It's the stake. I'm telling you, all I have to do is present the picture. What the witnesses saw. Hold on, before we get into this, I have noticed some things with my 5,000 IQ brain. Okay? We heard a bang, and that's all we heard. It was just a bang. I don't know much about guns. Actually, I know jack shit about guns. But I would think that guns would go through the body, like especially if you were shooting at somebody at close range. Wouldn't that like destroy the body and like go through entirely? I don't know. I don't know how guns work. I just would think that, you know, a bullet would go through and not, you know, I don't know. Anyway, so it's just one thing. I'm just like, I don't want to assume that the murder weapon is a gun. We heard a bang, whatever. It's just in the back of my mind. It probably is a gun. We'll dismiss that. But oh wait, I had another point. Shit, I lost my other point. Oh no. Wait, maybe it'll come back to me. It'll come back to me. Thoughts. I was ingesting a regular beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a peculiarly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Ryunosuke. We know there are lies lurking in those statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. Present evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing R. Go through each witness statement and the details of each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency. When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seems to contradict each other, present your evidence with X and rip the witness apart. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. Ooh. Ooh. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart and you'll receive a guilty verdict. Okay. No pressure. All right, well, my first go-to is the photograph. I feel like this has to be it, but I mean, there's also this, but we can't, I don't trust the waiter. So I feel like that's not solid. I'm just gonna send in the picture. Oh, we also have a magnifying glass. Oh, that's cool. But yeah, it's the steak, man. Look at that beefsteak that he ordered. The old man said that he was on the ground or something. This is the bullet wound, huh? Said to be bullet wound. I don't know what other murder weapon would make a loud bang, though. If not a gun. So, maybe it was a gun. Somebody just had a second gun. I like how there is a magnifying glass, though. That's kind of cool. Although it's kind of a little too blurry to really make out anything, you know? It's a little bit trippy. All right, I'm just gonna go for it. That's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with a witness's statement. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again. Oh, sorry. That's the other thing I just remembered. So they mentioned at the beginning that, like, the difference between British court and Japanese court is that Japanese just takes pictures of the events, but they don't do, like, a full autopsy of the body. So we have no way of knowing if, like, if it was a gun and, like, the bullet was still inside the body, they wouldn't check it, because they only take pictures of it. That's the other thing I wanted to note. Right, okay. I remembered. Okay. Why do you look like you're about to draw your sword? Kazuma, what the fuck? You're in a courtroom. Keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Oh, you get 5 strikes. I see. I think. You were not ingesting a regulation beefsteak. I'm gonna stop you right there. If you were ingesting your beefsteak, why is your steak full and not eaten at all? That steak is completely uneaten, sir. What is that?
Yes!
Oh, where's my... Oh, okay. Hello? Okay. Okay, we're fine. Oh. He's shaking his head no. What appears to be odd is the way you're presenting yourself. Wait, what? That was it! Come on! I make a valid point here. That you mean to tell me that wasn't it? What is happening? Are you okay? I am very upset right now. This is clearly an inconsistency. Whatever. All right, moving on. I was extolling the virtues of a peculiarly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. So, it depends. So you have to present the evidence at the correct time. They said I can listen to the testimonies as much as I want. So let me think about this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. And from the back? Wait. Huh? Wait, that was it. And you were on your hands and knees. Okay. Wait, no, I think I got it. Thank you, Cosmo. Yes. I got it. I still think the steak is very curious. Like, am I wrong with that train of thought? He said he's ingesting a steak, and yet the steak is completely not eaten. Like, come on, that is sus if you ask me. Do I really have to go through this every time? Okay, there we go. All right, so I'm gonna stop it on the third one, I think. So that's good. That's good. This is the bad. Wait, no, that wasn't it. Wait. Oh, I can scroll. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, okay, so I don't need to. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's it. Oh, wow, this is way more obvious than I thought. Okay, wow, I'm stupid.
Yes!
Oh, they be sweating. They be sweating. Yeah, why'd you say it was from the back? That's awkward. Everybody's just dot. What are you playing at? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir! I mean, yes! There's a clear inconsistency here. I'm more concerned about the steak, but whatever. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Obviously, that, I I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I feel like I need a fan. Where's my fan? I have one, I just don't know where it is. My fan is missing. There is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Oh! Tell him, Cosmo, you dumb fucks! Who you think you're talking to? That's hot. Hell yeah. It's apparent from a single glance at this photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. Sergeant Ayisa Nosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir, affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military grade eyes, sir. Wow, you... Yeah, with your own military grade eyes, okay.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. But why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest, not the back. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. How do you explain it? Well... What was that? Baby. A baby just shows up. What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir. That you didn't eat? The steak that you left on the table uneaten, sir? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Ayusa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Damn, that is hot. Hello. Oh shit. Get him, bitch, let's go. There's been a complete turnaround in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Roll credits. But I definitely saw him. Baby. That university cadet there, He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up from the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. This guy's like, oh, I heard a gunshot? I'm sorry, I gotta look on the floor at my precious curio. What? Too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure. Oh, he angry. Indeed! Oh yeah, come on! My prized coin! On each occasion when I visit the restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a peculiar trinket of interest from my shop rosity, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my retrieved treasure. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The koban vanished? Hunting around under the table I was in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did! But I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with my finding my absconded treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoekman was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Achi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. That's a threat. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Rinosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir, at once, sir. Awaiting a signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative! The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido Tienshin! Moving right along. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Wait, now all of a sudden you saw the gun being pointed at the foreign man? Furthermore, a visual search of the premise at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone I was, the Englishman. He was the Englishman, dining all by himself. But we saw the woman. Okay, whatever. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies are certainly, oh. That's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
Objection! If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Oh my god, the steak was eaten! Oh god! Holy shit! Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. The way that the picture was photographed made it seem like there was this table, and then like this was the table that those two clowns were sitting at, and then this table had the Englishman with the chair in the foreground where my camera is, but I thought it was a different table. So I was thinking like they were sitting behind him, so that's where the steak came from. But wait, so the chair was like turned around. That's awkward. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. There have very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with the Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Achi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Oh god. The true culprit! Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged. Hold on, let me, So is this the same picture? Let's verify that. It's so weird because his back is turned. That's what I find so awkward about this. So this is why I thought, like, he was sitting at another table that was, like, here, and this was somebody else's table. Like, why was his chair turned? If that's not his table, shouldn't he be facing his goddamn steak? What the fuck? So weird. It's not. I need water. It's not the same. They're not the same. No, there's a lot of discrepancies between these photos. This isn't the same. Wait, so this is claimed to be after? Wait, no. The crime scene photograph of the crime scene, photograph of the victim. First of all, there's wine in that glass. Second of all, the steak don't match up. Second of all, there's a table behind that should be seen. This is a completely different table. You cannot tell me differently. If that's the picture, and they took it from... Hold on. So they claim the victim to be here. Table behind. Where the fuck would this one be taken? That's not... It's sus. I prove that, though? Let's go through these testimonies. Okay. A visual search of the premise at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Dining all by himself. How do I... It's either this one or this one. I just don't know what evidence to put forth. Like, I see what's going on, I just don't understand how to say what I want to say. Because if... we would probably be presenting the picture. But what does the picture say about... This is so weird. I do question the beefsteak above all things. I think you're genius, yes. We should get the steak to testify. That's what I think should happen. Hold on, I need water really quick. I don't understand. He dead here. Steak eaten here. With wine in the glass. That was not in this wine glass. See other buttons. Oh wait, shit. No, 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 no. I didn't mean to. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Fuck. No, no, no. We can win the trial. No, no, no. Oh! 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 We can press him! Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, we need to press, because right now there's... I can't do this. Okay. Press them. So the, I'm gonna press on this one. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel like I'm growing callous in my ear. No one appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. It was already past 2 p.m. when it happened, the quiet time between lunch and dinner at in any restaurant. If there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day and why he was alone. There was? Oh, there was a reason? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, counsel? Medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hata Clinic, yes, this would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really had no bearing on the case. What do you think? It's hard to see how it could be related, really. You can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. I mean, why not? There's no reason for it not to be.
Yes!
I don't see a punishment in asking for not. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be strenuous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. I have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. The court will grant the defense's request. Oh, he's sweating. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Oh, darn. Imagine youngsters asserting their rights that they have. Oh my god. What a fucking concept. Boomer. We have to explore things from every angle possible, even if they don't seem relevant at first. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you would like, but it's the day of the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Kurakuda-san. I feel like that's still not enough. gonna press him for this information. Before, he was saying that he was on the ground. How can you have seen me point the gun at the foreign man if you said that you weren't paying attention, sir?
Yes!
Maybe true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Oh, okay, so this was after the time of the shot. So he just saw me handling the gun after. Wait, no! That still is a discrepancy because he said that he didn't care and he just kept looking for his stupid fucking coin. He's like, well, I heard a gunshot, but I just wanted to keep looking on the floor. I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And exactly at that moment, a gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, I found a pistol on the floor and picked it up which precipitated this testing predicament. What the fuck? He just pulls out a dagger. Whereas, conversely, I failed to pick up the Coburn from the floor and find myself in the equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. But that makes no sense. I don't understand. Were you looking for the coin or were you looking at me holding a gun? Why aren't we putting out that bullshit? I mean, I don't see... Okay, unless I get penalized for this, I'm gonna see if I can actually just press everything. Except for that comment. That comment's just stupid. We pressed that one. We pressed this one. Let's press him this time. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one. The antique dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. If so, then why? I mean, if I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. That got us nowhere.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. You are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. Prosecution demands to see proof if they were present at the scene. Blatant waste of the court's time. Oh boy. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Wait, we did? I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see it that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. This is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it a little more in detail. How exactly? Oh, I tried to examine it before, but the game wouldn't let me. Are you kidding me? They force you to press until this happens. I got cucked. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do before. They wouldn't let you. Yeah. I know to look at it. Your stupid ass just didn't let me do it before. Okay. It says Hada Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right to have had only one cold in their whole life. Damn. I like the clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry for the day that professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps that they use laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe that there's anything that they can actually, that can actually stop you from feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note for the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. That's why there's a meal for one. Boom! Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. It was a meal for one because the professor couldn't eat. Ah! I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely! I feel like either of these things could work. both of them. But I fear that only one of them is the right one to present evidence for. I'm gonna present it here. Wait. Oh, wait, they word it a little bit weird. My brain's thinking too much. I might explode. I'm just gonna do it. Oh, I didn't wanna... Oh shit, we have to go through this whole thing. I didn't mean to, I pressed the wrong button. Ah, sorry. I can't go any faster. We're getting this guy. We're gonna prove our innocence. That's what we're gonna fucking do. Okay, present. Hopefully,
Yes!
hopefully this is the appropriate time to do it. I think, about what you wittering, lad, call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost, here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Cosmo. I can see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it is you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright. Thanks for the advice. What a fucking homie. Kurakudo-san? This is a medical report belonging to the victim. I don't see you. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain it in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's... Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial any further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could have possibly done it. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? That outburst half petrified me, boy! What is happening? be relevant? Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't! Kurakuta-san! What, boy, what? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic, rather. Expertly done. We impressed the boyfriend. Hell yeah. That's all I care about. Fuck yeah.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? Dude, Kazuma just fucking is here to roast everybody to fucking the moon and back. God, he's so hot. I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Rinosuke? Oh. What? Why do you keep disconnecting? It's not like they're low on battery, they just keep disconnecting. I don't know how that happens, actually. Okay. Yes, most definitely! Having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? All right, the answer to this question is gonna be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Showing them what you're made of. Got it, so, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... the victim himself, well, me, it was me. What? It was me! It can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, of justice and pursue a fair retrial. Relentlessly. Bruh, put the sword down. Are you insane? You would take on the government. Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them, those two witnesses in the stand. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously, you will be charged with perjury. Perjury! And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! And the baby's still just chilling there. Why does he have a pinwheel? I don't... Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. Ew, ew! The baby snot! Why is this necessary? Ew, you're nasty! I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Got him. Fucking got him. Oh. What? What did you just say, Kurakuda-san? No. You were just following orders? Now hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order! Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now you tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouths shut? Oh, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Achi has any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas of who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to keep the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we can make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Flip over the business card. That's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers! If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all of this, Your Excellency! No time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. Chief Inspector Satoru Hasanaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Police Bureau! Got 'em, suckers! That's unexpected. Do you see it says the witness's name here? Sotonora Hasanaga? Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. Chief Inspector Satoru Hasanaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector, what on earth? Let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here, the waiter's business card and for, oh God. The game is too intense for the Joy-Cons. It's coming back. Why aren't you? Hello? Okay. A sketch of the restaurant's layout is on the back. On the front, its Inspector Hasanaga is a police inspector. The waiter's business card information has been updated in the court record. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses.
Yes!
Surely that would be Satoru Hasanaga-san. The waiter who took the stand earlier? Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke, time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hasanaga-san's real identity, as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
Yes! The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure what we can conclude. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front. Oh. Oh, good timing. It's the front of the back of the card. That's what the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hasanaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession, but that's surely. Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand? Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well. Hold it! Oh, he back! Oh god, they really freaking out now. Oh god, even the baby's crying. I was worried something like this would happen. Mayhap you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence. I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Hand the plan to the court officer at once. I remember now. He did act strangely. Oh, I remember. That was only like, what, 2 hours ago? I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? Why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course, your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? You know what? I need my glasses. I need to mimic the anime glasses. That's right. That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court. He did say that he didn't get paid enough, but it's okay. It's fine. It's a completely rational train of thought. Totally. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly, you would have also been aware of this person's presence having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Oh God. Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gum in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady who I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. What if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interests not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! Oof. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory is a young Englishwoman. You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. Oh, he knows! Oh. Fucking hell. He knows. God damn it. I think it's, I think what's happening is like, I guess my Joy-Con, when I pull it too far away from like where my Switch is, it's disconnecting it. I think I, like, whenever I like put my hands behind my back or something, like it's disconnecting it because of distance. When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical facility. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give it a ruling at this point.
Objection!
Your Excellency! That would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hasanaga, you will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders that were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem. Yeah, he's gonna die before he gets there. the fuck? Nothing will get in my way, as I say with blood dripping down my mouth. He's gonna die before he can bring the witness. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Your Excellency! Good, then we have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. To be continued. Save my progress, yeah. Part 2. $11:38 a.m. Excellent work, Rinosuke. That was superb. What the fuck just happened? My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. Okay, you didn't really have to call me out that much. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, if you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom ever again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Oh God, I don't have that. Powers of observation. We saw how that just went with the whole steak debacle. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table. I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, bang. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Mr. Mickey, thank you so much for the 9 months resub. I appreciate it. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Oh. God damn it! Why? Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so, which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. Aww. Date this man! That was sweet! So that's your stance. I was afraid that you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me! You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection in this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentle woman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. And I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck! I need you to run an errand to the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. She doesn't even have a name. She's just question mark, question mark, question mark. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Oh my god, put your sword down. How is this allowed? Thank you, really. What for? If you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I would have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. And if I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really gonna give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend that he is. That is hot as fuck. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely can't afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals if I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. All right, bitch, whatever. Alrighty. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Achi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? I know what that means.
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry. Let the government scrutinize, that's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
Highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation found us?
Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke?
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions? A bungled investigation, missing witnesses? Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan? Or of England?
Oh! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friends know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in.
Reformation!
By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we will become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I love his eyeballs. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Oh! Damn! Get fucked, boomers! Woo! Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. Thanks, boyfriend. Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes.
Your Excellency!
Oh, damn, there she is. Oh, hello. Oh my god, why do you have a swan on your head?
What a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea! Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Wow, they are really kissing her ass. Why are they kissing a murderer's ass? Like, come on, why?
Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Okay, you guys know me. I like big sun hats. That is... It's stupid. It's fucking stupid. This is the worst fashion design I've ever seen in my fucking life. What is she thinking? This is exactly what a murderer fucking looks like. I'm gonna tell you what a murderer looks like. It looks like that. Who puts a fucking swan on their head? What kind of person are you? I don't understand. I'm about to like... I don't understand. This just speaks pure evil. And what's more is I bet she's threatening this investigator and he's about to die with some thing that she gave him. Yeah, I think that my valid point from the beginning is valid. Yeah, I said that twice. I think that she holds the cure to the inspector's disease and she's like holding it against him. You know what? I got this whole game figured out. And you know what? It's all because of three things. The blood, the steak, and the hat. That's the only 3 pieces of evidence that you need. Solid, hardcore evidence. Coughing up blood, steak, and swan hat. You need nothing else to solve the case of this game. That's it. All right, moving on. I would have been working undercover. Oh God,
Yes, we know all about that already.
Inspector Hosinaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Why are they kissing her ass so much? Oh my gosh. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the only thing you're unsure of. Or you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yes, your description for the amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
She even doesn't show her eyes?
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but, what?
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. I'm assuming she's speaking English. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled at UMay University's medical facility.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Grow a dick.
The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yeah, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Cosma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Why does she need a mask? This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well, no, dear lady. Would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Wait. Did they skip the part where he was supposed to translate that to her so she understands Japanese but doesn't speak it? Wait, sus. I mean, that's very accurate with learning languages. Usually you understand it before you start speaking it. Speaking is like the last part, but still. There was no translation there. Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say... Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order in the court! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Oh! That's hot. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Oh, now he's translating it. He didn't do that before. A frightening and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. I told you guys that the answer lies in the steak. Only an evil person, I said this at the beginning, only an evil person does not finish their steak. She left the restaurant before finishing the steak. You do not leave meat on the table, all right? You are evil. Case in point, I knew it was in the steak the whole time. Do not waste meat. All right? An animal died for your fucking shit. All right? And you're gonna eat it and like it. Evil, I tell you. All right? After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Her eyes, which she chooses not to show. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
Oh. No! I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this
Snow White angel. Wow. Saying she's innocent just because she looks like a Snow White angel, even though she looks like a piece of shit. All right. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Okay. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying! Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. I'm sorry. What? Oh my god, the swan is holding the gun. She has the gun on her head. don't fucking tell me the gun is in the head. Don't even. Okay, but can I make another comment? If she was wearing this exact same outfit as she was on the day 3 days ago, I'm sorry, but like, Ryunosuke, what the fuck? This is a very memorable outfit. You cannot tell me that Ryunosuke did not remember that she wore this fucking outfit. Bruh? You cannot tell me. He said that he couldn't remember details of the woman. You would remember this. You would absolutely remember this. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Yeah, it's in the Swan. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift her up her dress, I could prove it. He's right, though. I was actually gonna point out, I don't know if you guys know, like, Old Fashioned at all, but, since she's wearing a bustle, usually you put like a, there's a term for it. It's escaping me, but it's like a bum bag. It's a thing that you wrap around your waist and it builds up your booty. And it's just filled with shit, basically. You could totally hide a gun in one of those things, just saying. There's like it's a booty bump. And it's just a little bag that holds a bunch of like, it's a bum pad, like it's a thing. So she could have also put it in her little bum bag that's filled with random shit. That's another place you can hide a gun. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. To do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Oh, she's smirking. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. A frightening and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only, a beefsteak. A beefsteak that you didn't fucking finish. I'm sorry. I'm so mad about that I'm gonna press.
Yes!
Why didn't you finish your steak? He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hada Clinic, correct? You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. He did just answer, but okay. Wait, he knows so much. Oh God. But yeah. I guess he would have collected the evidence. But that still means he noticed. Sus. It seems so, yes. She's heard she heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right? Ask the important question. The most important question of the case. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. And why did you not finish your steak, madam? Exactly as it was left.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. I have no fear, but my dear lady, I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. He wasn't allowed to have anything but water. Not carbonated water. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. Not carbonated. It appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. But there was one glass on the table. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? Oh god, I have to make a decision on this? I'd say it's meaningful. There's a difference, man. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing?
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well sidestepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your, repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience from that, Ryunosuke. I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. But there was one glass on the table. I don't understand. Oh, he might have removed the glass after the shot, the waiter, because they needed to prove that there was only one person there, not two. Oh. Okay, that would make sense. Press again.
Yes!
So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you?
Being the waiter, I poured the two glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak. That was for you, Miss Brett? The lady says that she's heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. What a frightful place is the lady's opinion. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine as long as people have food to eat. Doesn't matter what it is. True, come to think of it. First time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to the witness's statement. Somehow I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. Our goal of turning this trial is turning this trial around. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. But like, no, I didn't. Yes. I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was merely for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Britt does not appear to speak Japanese.
Oh, no, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all supiku Ingurishu.
Speaku Ingurishu. Oh my god. Okay. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a complete straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes.
Yes!
Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Oh, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Sorry.
Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in your restaurant, you had a gun in your hand.
Yes, that's true. But all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. The highly suspicious lady.
That won't do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel.
Dirty.
Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy.
Seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours.
What nonsense.
The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I could not have been the culprit. Objection! I want to see your hat. It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure that the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did. You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Huh? Why on earth not?
The honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter.
Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps?
Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts.
In other words, she wants evidence. He wants evidence. The lady wishes to point out that, of course, she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation. But she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she is in no way meant to run away. She in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course.
Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you.
So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor at the end, of which you shot him. Which is an out and out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform.
I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Ah!
This is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, then the trial's over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well, I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony into making me feel any better either. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that and an opening will present itself. I promise you. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. I'm pretty sure I pressed every single statement now. I guess I didn't press the first one.
Yes!
Dang it. No! After 2 p.m., in fact, it's quite really a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue, isn't that right?
No. What? Huh? A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late.
Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
Why is he such a simp? I don't understand. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? I ordered a beefsteak for myself and the professor, and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. She's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor at the end of which you shot him, which in and out is unfelt. Okay, I'm just seeing if they say anything different. Okay, I've pressed every comment of hers. Okay, so she arranged to have a meeting late luncheon with the Dr. Wilson that day. She ordered a beefsteak, and the professor said cheers over a carbonated glass of water. I still, like, After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument.
Yes!
Both you and the professor drank this carbonated water. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Okay, so yeah, this is the same as before. Oh! I just realized I can also look at the report. Okay. So. Can I? Oh no, okay. Oh, we actually can't, okay. That's interesting. I thought there was a way to read. Okay. Never mind. Oh no, 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 no! I thought this would close the book. Oh no! There was something on the back of it that I wanted to read. I didn't mean to... Oh no! No, 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 no. I have to go through this whole thing again. That hat must be really heavy. Oh no! I didn't know it was done! Fucking hell! And I did it again. I hate my life right now. Stop. Okay. Anyway. I'm just gonna... I don't know, this seems really stupid. I mentioned it before, but like, I got nothing here. I'm just gonna present this here because there's only 1 glass on the table. There's not 2. Just seems really silly.
Yes!
I mean, I said it before, I just didn't think that... Like, I don't know, my train of thought was logical before. Like, he took away the 2nd glass because he was under the... If he was ordered by the Bureau to hide evidence, like, it would make sense that he would take away the glass to prove that he was alone. So I didn't think anything of it, but I got nothing else to go on right now. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. Oh! Oh, yeah, he did say that. That is correct, the lady says. That is... It's odd. Very odd. Damn me, what's odd in the defense's inability to express itself? What is it about the print that looks odd to you? Obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. If that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over a minute? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Yes. That's my point. I don't get why this is relevant. Of course not. Wait. Now you're denying it. Wait. Before you said you were trying to cover up the lady's presence, but... Huh? You admitted to trying to hide her presence. I'm so confused now. There should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I had been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Sorry. As I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. We must remember that this student has just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? What? That's absurd! So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? No, 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 this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag that she was carrying. A handbag, you say? How do you fit a glass into a handbag? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. Ah, so the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass had absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. She took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's... the fact that a glass can't fit in a fucking handbag. What? There's a couple possibilities here. Here's my train of thought. It's a little sus that a fucking glass can just go in a fucking handbag. Wouldn't it break? Like, what's your fucking logic there? And then, two, with the glass, it's like, what if she spiked it and he didn't actually die via the bullet wound? What if it was what was put in the glass? Okay, no, that's stupid. Okay, the hand died. The lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Do try to keep up. It's already been explained in the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Oh, that's right. Oh, right. This game is smarter than me. What she forgot to mention was her handbag. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that, too. Yeah, totally. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire the gun, we can deduce that there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hasanaga. Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Archie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we'll have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Cosmo? Oh god, he's gonna die. And she's also the same girl that, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. She's also the same girl that's wearing the kimono at the beginning of the game, that shows up with the professor. It's the kimono girl. That's why she hides her eyes. I just don't know why, but like, it's her. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never! You can see right through to what's inside. Wow, they really staged this, didn't they? That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are in the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Wait, but she said she walked out the door with said handbag. If he took a picture, and this was after the incident, the handbag with the glass should be gone. She said she walked out with it in disarray. Why would she leave it behind? Oh, never mind. That wasn't the point. God damn it. The point was that you can't see a gun through a handbag. It's in her dress. It's in her hat. Look in the swan hat. I'm telling you, it's in the fucking hat. Nobody wears a hat like that. This is intense. This is getting real intense. Holy shit. Order, order! Inspector Hosonaga, will you submit that print as evidence at once? Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic prints just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, there's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Oh no, Kazuma! This is the first time he's looked defeated. Oh my god! His scarf is no longer blowing in the wind. You know it's bad. Oh, you know it's bad when the scarf is not swooning. Oh. No! Not the scarf. The headband. No! This is a travesty! Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? No! I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak have meat, while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. In fact, you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? In Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. No! Not the headband! Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. No! Objection! That's sus. What's on his wrist? What is this? Can't tell if it's just like coloration or like dry blood. Wait a second. Is that his right hand? That's his right hand. What if? All right, you guys ready for this? I'm gonna blow your minds, all right? I got this in the bag. What if the woman put some chemical in the drink that causes you to cough up blood? What if the professor also had the same thing? What if he wiped his face? He was coughing up blood and he wiped his face like this. And he got the dry blood on his wrist. I'm saying that could be it. It could be dry blood. He could be dealing with the same shit that the waiter is going through right now. No. You could easily wipe your face with your wrist just like that. All right, anyway. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. Very cool to be here. Oh, very cool to have you here, friend. Welcome to the stream, if anybody's new. Hi. Welcome. We have fun here sometimes, I hope. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Your Excellency! Ryunosuke! I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
Oh, this amateurness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago, you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is a blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. Basket, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. Oh, his headband. Oh, we got this. The headband is back up and flowing. We got this for the headband, I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. The wrist! I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. I'm desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? Be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see significant detail to which you have alluded. I want to point out this. The wrist.
Yes!
Oh my god. Look at this here. It's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn. Oh, it's not a burn? I thought it was dry blood. Fuck! Ah! I wanted to be 5,000 IQ!
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. That is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, did we? And no possible way of knowing either. Yes. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued. Oh wait, that's not, oh, I thought it was Archie. This is the judge. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. It's like a bowl? As Prosecutor Archie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. She's leaving? She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand. No? On what? We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Renosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yeah, you're right. I am? If we can link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue with what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. So that's why she wants to leave. She's gonna run. She's gonna find the first flight back to Britain, I bet. Oh! This shit is way too intense. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Oh God. Oh God, I actually don't know. Oh, Jesus. I was hoping this mark would be the same. And like they're connected. What did she give me anything? A symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. Most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like this spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. It does cause some problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders. A sharp fin for a sharp mind or something? What the fuck? Excuse me. It would have to be the medical report then. The picture, but wait, no, it can't be. Medical report was first issued quite some time ago. Long-term treatment, that's why, with a family doctor, I imagine. I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean, as long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. If you were dead, there'd be no point, so you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege, all when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. What? Beautiful. Alright, alright. We got an award for that. Okay, great. We can return to question. The evidence set just demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and the trial. Okay, so... Oh god. All of the ideas that I had. I thought that maybe the pin could mean something, but... My personal student number is engraved on the back. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as you may as student at the university. You may not come in. What? You can get a new pin made if you can just tell them your number. Alright. I think I'm about done with this game. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I must forget to write it down somewhere. But then I forget not to forget about that. Oh, good job. Oh my god. This fucking idiot. Single bullet for close range. I'm stumped for the first time. Am I really missing something? I just don't know what they're trying to do with this. I was hoping there would be a connection here. by instinct, I want to submit the report. But I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only one goal in their life. I love that conversation. We've had it before. Oh. It can't be something like really, really tiny detail that I'm missing. I guess it very well could be that, actually. Oh! Oh my god! It's there! On the stake! Yo! That's the bull! What? That's it! Wait! Wait, do I submit it! I submit it! I submit it! It's right there! I see it!
Yes!
Did I get it? Did I get it? I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at the scene, we miss things. I thought that was weird before. But in a photograph, there may things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How? You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? Right here.
Yes!
The beefsteak! Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. Your Excellency, are you all right? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. Oh! Oh! But even if that were the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It couldn't have been the day before, or the day before that. It's most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Archie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Oh, no! God damn it! We were doing so good for so long. What the fuck happened? Come on. This is a moment. Let me have a moment, you bitch. God damn it. Okay. The chances of that are extremely slim. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a peculiarly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade and burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim would have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter at La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it! Something isn't right here! As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hasanaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Archie? Well, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. This is so intense. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Are you suggesting it's only possible if the man was already dead? Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Whoa! Nani? Order, 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 please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Archie. It's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But Your Excellency!
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am pressed to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. Oh God. Oh Jesus. I knew she could speak Japanese. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, do you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country, after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Oh, okay. Okay. My vulgar tones. I'll show you vulgar tones. Fuck you! I bet you don't even know what that word means. You stuck-up bitch. Oh, do you not know what that word is? Is it too vulgar for you? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll use a better word. You bloody murderer! That's what you are, you bitch! I'm gonna say it again! It's exactly what you are! Take that in your bloody Queen's English! I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you. Oh my god! Bitch! So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We're truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Here she goes. Witness testimony. Let's get her. Let's fucking get her. Here we go. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot.
If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Damn. Okay, bitch. Oh, God.
I must use counter. No, that's wrong. Chris saw you smoke Chris
100
happy comrade.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it.
I hope that's the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Oh, we're not insulted, right, chat? No. We're not insulted. No, it's just a misunderstanding. This, of course I'm not insulted. No. Oh, not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
I will speak to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
The Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Thanks? Was that a prayer? You'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? I'm ready. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Okay, deep breaths, chat. We got this. All right, deep breath, deep breath. We're gonna take down this bitch, all right? This entitled bitch. Let's take her down. Let's put her in her place, all right? Let's just put this lady in her Queen's English in her place, okay? All right? She says,
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that.
oh, really? Do you have no idea? But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed.
Oh, do you think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry?
Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours have been wide open.
Bitch, what? Does it look like I care? I will pull my whole pants down and just ride in my boxers everywhere, for fuck's sake. Do you think I care about my fly? Might as well just not wear pants in your presence, bitch. Who needs them? Pull them down, that's what I say.
You can't not have noticed, can you?
What fun! You hadn't realized? The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well yourself, Rinosuke. Why didn't you tell me?
Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing?
Oh! Oh,
Oh yes! I think my tiny brain can!
Yes!
What is happening in this courtroom?
Anyway.
And when the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although... whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Damn you.
Oh, I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you.
Okay. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway.
As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possibility cause of death besides the gunshot.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Yes.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as where there were no such signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And even if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must already have been dead at that point.
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Archie is right.
If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
Yes!
I will show you, bitch. Without leaving a trace.
If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hasanaga?
And as I've said, I've always aimed for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark, like drinking a spiked glass.
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh no, perish the thought of calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question.
Oh my honor, I, Takatsuchi Archie, will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Evidence.
Oh, but of course this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
What do you think, Ryunosuke? I don't know. I think this could be hard work. She can speak Japanese brilliantly, but she doesn't seem to want to say very much. The more she says, the more she's likely to give away. This English woman knows that only too well. She's quite formidable. Dr. Wilson's burn tells us something, I'm sure. I need to use this cross-examination to find out what. First things first, I'm gonna press her on everything she said and try to make her blurt something out. What is it? What are you thinking? Don't worry, it's nothing. He's looking at my fly, isn't he? Being open.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right, Lake Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost.
Oh god, are you okay? No, he's not okay. Okay.
It doesn't even occur to your native detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand.
A killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful! Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Achi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. There's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't quite seem right. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. As I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a clink in her armor, a chink in her armor. What, Rinosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hasanaga. Oh wait, I just realized this is really obvious now. Oh, I said it before, but I was like dodging around the point. So yeah, it was a spiked glass. In one picture, after he died, the glass was empty. But before, the glass was full. So, and also the fact that if he took the glass after, like if he touched it, that would also make him sick, no? Oh, that seems really obvious. It's just a glass that he touched, and now he's sick. He's gonna fucking die. And it's the same way that he died. Oh god. Oh god, get this man to a fucking hospital. He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
Yes!
Oh wait, was there an option to like change targets there?
Wait.
There you go, right there. I have no other option. There it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find that they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him, he's lost in his own thoughts. Why are you holding the sword again, bro? Bro, put the sword down. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Pursue. I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right, oh god, you can turn your attention to the other people. Oh wow! You'll be able to pursue them. Yep, okay, that's great. Thank you. Thank you, Gabe. Okay, I got it. Let's move on.
Wait. Excuse me.
What the? What's the meaning of this? Oh god, he's dying. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? There's something you like to say. Please, share it with the court. What is the meaning of this? Whoa. All the sweat just went off with like a hand wave. That's crazy. It's a delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault in her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Is that how it works? No. Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga, do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? It looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Aha, the wine. The spiked wine. This is a bottle of carbonated, oh, not wine, water, the water. Carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. There's something left in the bottle, I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Miss Brett, can you confirm that this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. That's what liars do. Or people that are ashamed of their actions. They look away because they can't look into the eyes of the person because they're too full of shame. Uh-huh. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his, fervor. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Cosmo? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. What does it say? Go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Bruh. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. Oh God! Don't do it! No, Renosuke, you can't do that! For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. You're right, we don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Renosuke, in more ways than one. Could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. Oh my God, he was just gonna fucking drink it. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Do I go back? Let's go!
Yes!
What about that last statement made by the witness? Seems perfectly reasonable to me. Exactly! Perfectly reasonable in every way!
Perhaps you should take a leaf out of the witness's book and learn to be more reasonable yourself.
Do we need to look over the thing first? Oh, here is where we're supposed to show it. Oh, I just needed to go more. Okay. Wait, I'm assuming. Oh, oops, I jumped the gun too early. What is this, the bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison! On the day of this death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brent, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence! Oh, you little rookie imbecile! Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
If I may.
Shut up!
Oh, God. It is you who should be silent.
Of course.
Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still have investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. We tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Oh God. Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No.
I'm very grateful to you all, you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, by his own admission, was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? I'm starting to lose my voice. Kazuma? Don't worry, Kazuma still got this in the bag. The headband, it's still waving. We haven't lost until the headband sinks. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke, I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Oh.
Oh God, she's coming up. Question mark, lady. What is the meaning of this?
forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikatoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikatoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. What? What do you mean to be continued? Oh my god, what? No, you can't just, that's a bad cliffhanger. No. No. I gotta keep going. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? A judicial assistant and a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But Your Excellency! I am most grateful. Jayu, thank you for gifting a sub to the community. I appreciate it. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it, a report about something? Written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. The English woman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on the human subjects. Interesting. Curare, what's that? I've never heard that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you! Giselle's report has been entered into the court record. Goodbye then, and good luck. Oh, hell yeah. That's hot. Oof. You have had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Special characteristics. Effects. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Minute doses. Route of entry. The above-mentioned effect occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Practical applications. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis
must be found first or patients would die of suffocation. Ooh, okay. I have to reread that a couple times for my brain to fully comprehend, sorry. I'm stupid. A solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of full body paralysis must be found. Or they would die of suffocation. Okay. I think I got that. The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer?
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to oh.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. That bitch thinks English makes sense? For real? I don't know if you've looked in a fucking mirror at the English language, but like, what?
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett. We understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison? What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before, for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct, which means no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. Order! Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has been long been used by the tribespeople of South America. Oh, come on! Not the time! Not the time. What is this bullshit? Not the time. Okay, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
to lace their arrows.
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspirations are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used.
Explain yourself, counsel.
The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Cosmo. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is currently unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. Dude, that sounds literally fucking terrifying. What? That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. Holy shit. That is insanely gruesome. You're suggesting that this bottle, counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense.
Ahem, if I may.
All these facts, you think you're so clever.
It is you who must be taught.
Of course. Dear lady.
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another's honest work, honest hard work, and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act, wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency?
Yes, Miss Brett?
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
No? I don't see why not. Why? If we are accusing the lady of putting the poison in the bottle and it was hers, why would you fucking give it back? Brain cells, do you have them? She's gonna drink it. Oh God.
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
Rah, dude, this is so bad.
To an English woman such as myself, this whole affair is a remarkable comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really.
Girl, so racist. Oh my God. This is so bad.
But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers.
Britain is an island too, you fuck, she forgot. Oh, what a bitch.
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
She knows how the poison works.
Whatever's the matter? You all look quite stunned.
No, Curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying?
You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given myself, given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Dear lady, we are most gratified with all the assistance you have given.
This doesn't make sense.
There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? Didn't it? Wait, there's something. Hold on. I don't recall drinking it being instant death. Oh, it does say even in minute doses. The above-mentioned effect occurs when the poison enters the body through a wound. Oh, through a wound, not through mouth. She doesn't have a... route of entry. Okay, so, okay, that could be it. I don't understand it.
I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains poison. Oh, I didn't... That was a mistake, but I guess it was the right one. Thank God. The culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool, are you blind? There is no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, what we just saw.
Miss Brett drinking the water from it?
That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this... Wait, what explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisonous water unscathed? Well, the report... Am I done with this? Like, it says right here... The above aforementioned instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death when entering the body through a wound, not drinking it. Like, I don't understand. So we're trying to explain how she just did it. I'm just gonna present this, honestly. Yes. Like, I don't know. But that's not it, I don't know.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation. Read it. After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. Oh my fucking God. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Sasada and San's notes.
I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section. What? God damn it. The worst times, man. The worst times.
Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to the riddle?
It's the special characteristics. Hold on, let me make sure. Route of entry. Special characteristics, yes. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Well, it sounds as though indigenous, my God, why did I struggle so hard? It sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point. If they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean that there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. That makes sense. The mention of that particular detail seems a little strange to me, though. It all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters through the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. Got him. Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little rapscallion. Oh my god. Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Damn, we good. A lawyer?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see. Oh god. I'm trying really hard not to stare at the swan. I'm terrified at how it just moves. Okay, we're not gonna talk about it. The ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh yeah, well, of course. Gastric suckers, what are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Shit. Wait, no! He had his tooth pulled! He had an open wound in his mouth! Oh yeah, got him. Fucking got him. Let's go! That's not right! Y'all bitches! You don't remember! Use your brain! Brain cells! You got them! Use them! But he did, bitch! That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Oh, well, yeah. Basic science that a fucking researcher should be able to understand, bitch. Okay. Got you. No! Fuck my moment! God damn it! Damn it. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest this curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial? That's right. Surely, even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this welling up inside of me? I've never felt like this before. My brain cells, they're working. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey!
Objection!
Yo! He did it! He did it! I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. You know it's serious now. He did it. Oh my god, what oh Jesus. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both of you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence. As we know, now that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curate? The medical report! Wait, is there something else I can... Oh, wait. Yes, wait. No? Yes. I want to say that... Okay. You know what? Medical report. Just show it.
Take that!
Just show it. As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you just had been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Uh-oh. Oh, God. The swan's gonna start jumping off of the hat and kill everybody in the room, I bet. Is she? Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm scared about what the swan can do at this point. Oh, God. She's laughing. I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. She's gonna destroy it. I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. What just happened? It's an Englishwoman. She just smashed that bottle and in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. We do have evidence, chat. She can destroy the bottle, but she cannot destroy our evidence. You want to know where our evidence is? In the inspector! Take his blood sample. He's coughing up blood. Why is he coughing up blood? Maybe because of the curare, perhaps? Sample that blood. See what's in it. Got him. You can't stop me. You cannot stop me. All right? All right, bitch. I got you figured out. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Thank you for gifting a sub, Jago. I appreciate it.
Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution?
Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady?
That's right. And really, look at this photograph. It's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. And of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
You killed the victim that day using curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hand-hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. Oh, that's why he's turned around. I thought that was awkward. You had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly. And as you have nothing to report your wild claims, the prosecution stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed the evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, we've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, there must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing that you could really depend on. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not that... Okay, no, I don't have powers of observation, buddy. That's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. Thank you. He fucking said it. How the fuck do you not remember a woman with a giant ass fucking swan on her head in a fucking restaurant? So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Oh, we're zooming in on the steak. Oh my god, please don't tell me it's the fucking steak. Blood on a serving plate. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Cosmo, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. All right, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while, and something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it could be, whatever it is, could be the key to arriving at the truth about all of this. It's here, somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... Wait, do we really have to click on the blood? Oh, would there really? Okay. It wasn't obvious. Answer me this. Yes, what is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for protection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day?
Objection!
Wait a minute! Where are you going? Oh, God. Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have Dr. Wilson in the chest, have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle Brett! I beg your pardon.
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expecting to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. This music is so fucking epic, and I don't know what they're asking for right now. I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. Okay. I'm very okay. Wait, I'm too stupid for this. In the interest of preserving evidence. I took it, meat and all. And I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice, this guy. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Get him, Inspector. Fucking get him, mate. Oh. Never mind. After these messages. Okay, we're back. Inspector! The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately! Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered, the steak. What about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood. Man, show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No. No blood anywhere. But no. That's enough. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there, on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. I'm telling you, my theory still stands right now. That I said hours ago. That somebody is blackmailing. I think this woman is blackmailing the inspector. She gave him a different kind of poison that slowly kills him. She'll give him the antidote if he helps her in this case. I think that's what this is. Just saying. Oh God, the swan. You see, that is why I always say I can't trust what the Japanese tell you. I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial. Jesus, what? Let's hope so. Let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's all over. This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. Be my guest to examine it again. Okay. Don't mind if I do, bitch. Was the plate I saw or thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. All right, let's look at it. Let's look at it. We waste no time here. Let's go. Let's go. Oh! Would you look at that? Oh. I think it's a Koban coin. Oh, the coin that the old man could not find. What's it doing there? Did you say it was a Hoi Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoi Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of a oh boy. I don't actually know how to say those words, but I know what they're trying to say here. Fuck it. I hate it. I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... I don't know how to say those words, but like bouillon, you have like the beef bouillon that you could buy for like cooking, and then bouillon is in like the coin. I get it. I just fucking hate it. I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoi era too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well, look. What, are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and pour underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick of this about this Renosuke. Tobin coin underneath the steak, there can only be one logical explanation. This emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? Does it look like a fucking cat? Are you... Powers of observation he has, okay. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beefsteak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this is a symbol of Le Carnaval, is it? I want to see if it says anything different about the coin. Okay, no. That was a good look. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself, really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence. I already did. Way ahead of you. I'm like 5 steps ahead of you. As the evidence requested... Oh. I shouldn't have made fun of the game for being 5 steps ahead of it. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was gonna clinch the trial for me. Cinch. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues? There's another clue. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Bruh, again, I said it at the beginning of the playthrough and I'll say it now. It is a crime to leave an unfinished steak on the table. You eat that shit. You don't, or like you take a doggy bag and you leave. But like, you don't leave a steak behind. You don't do that. I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Oh, we already got this. Did I do it too early? Oops.
Got it!
Got it. Good gracious, that's a kobold. What on earth? A Hoyne era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
Oh god, the swan's mad. What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare hoi koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right, it can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare hoi koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let it stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. Bitch, what? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. It's obvious there's only one person it can belong to.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and the owner of Rasute, Curio Kurikuda-san. Curious in my cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. The Hoinera Koban, my prized coin! Do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
Please, why would Kurikuda-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense!
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurikuda-san back to witness stand so we can ask him. I am losing my voice, God. I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. I have a strong hunch that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in this case. Oof, oh God, the baby's back. Oh God, he's pulling his mustache. Oh God. Jesus Christ, teach your fucking baby some manners. Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? My son's belly is empty and he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, if I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. By that as it may, Kurikuda-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, oh god, it just went, okay. That's it, the one! The very one, the very exact one that it is! The resplendent, splendiferous holy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. So, did he just stab himself? Oh god. As I thought. No one cares, it's fine. It's just like the man coughing up blood. Everybody's fine. It's fine. Enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing! Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. I mentioned this earlier in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. A secret undercover operation. Le Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant and attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Coben incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kurakuda-san's koban is all too clear. I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Kurakuda-san's koban and hid it under the steak? Oh, God. But, like, he said it was obvious. He said it was obvious. Fuck. Well, I'm too dumb. Well, I want to say fucking English brat. It was actually Kazuma. Why would she hide it? Oh God, I think I'm thinking too much. I mean, it could have been the army sergeant too. Oh, wait, wrong button. Feel like, okay, it could be 4 people. I'll roll out one at a time. So, obviously, Giselle. It was her steak. Oh, wait. Okay, wait, that's, okay. I think I'm overthinking this. Like, it was her steak. So she probably is, like, the thief and just hid it under her steak to, hide evidence. Or, she wanted to take it. It was her steak. I'm just gonna go her, honestly.
Take that!
Seems likely. It seems like a likely candidate for a Koban thief. No, come on, Ryunosuke. Huh? You shocked me, Cosmo. Not as much as you shocked me. No one could have approached the table unnoticed. Even you're a crazy fool. You couldn't have missed that. Oh, right. Not sure you could be calling Kurakuda-san a crazy fool. It's you I was calling a crazy fool. Oh, God. Maybe I'm on the wrong track here. Fuck! Oh. How could that one? That's impossible. This guy could not also... What he did was kind of unclear too. So... Oh. So... But yeah, if he's the one... okay, yeah, that is obvious, huh? I did overthink it. Because he's the one that, like, if there was blood on the plate before, like, and he had a work dealing in the switching of the stakes to hide the evidence right in the plate. I mean, he would have been the person that dealt with it. Does that mean he is a, we'll just see what they say.
Take that!
Oh, fuck. Oh god, we fucked up again. Jesus. This is where we're stuck. This is it. I didn't expect them to ask me this question. So that leaves this guy as the literal only other person it could be. A dead man can't do it. Okay.
Take that!
How dare you! You monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of the Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido! Ido was the mastermind. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. What is fucking happening?
Guys, of course, how could we not guess that the baby did?
Oh my fucking god, what is happening? What is this baby doing? Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Sure. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make it a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'll go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man in his koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave. The steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. When the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. So he just confessed. This is ridiculous.
Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time?
Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure that there's no need to detain you any longer at all. Oh, Jesus. Your head. Do you do that a lot? Is that why you don't have any brain cells? Because you just knock them out like that all the time? Makes sense. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
Oh, of course it is.
Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it?
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork,
it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone.
She's just gonna leave?
And good day.
Come on, Ryunosuke. What's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. No, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly. But something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Miss Brett!
What is it now?
I'm afraid just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? What parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife or fork. What she just said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. Evidence. But they're used. I feel like how would she know that? There's literally a fork and knife here, and the knife is clearly used. Am I reading that wrong? I hope I'm not.
Take that!
The plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it had been eaten. I see that you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife or a fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at this steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks. Chompers, if you will. Looks like Miss Brett had realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife or and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
What is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry. Oh. Oh? Whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. This will be all over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place.
Shut up!
Oh God, the swan! I've heard enough! You irritating little spectacled samurai relic! Of course. Dear lady! What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications that teeth marks in the steak have for her. Do you know where you're going with this? Yes, we do. Now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. Sorry, that got really fucking epic for me not knowing where they're going with this actually. This isn't embarrassing at all, by the way. Nope. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court not long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? Just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd! The trial has run several hours already, and you say that there's evidence yet to be brought forward. That can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well, I have a feeling that this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? My gut is saying this. Oh God. God, my gut's saying the inspector, guys. He's been here since the beginning. He's been hiding stuff from the scene. He could have hid more. It also could be the person that died, like... What if it was Wilson? He killed himself. I'm just kidding. Wait, who possesses the conclusive evidence? Maybe it was on his body. I don't fucking know. Oh, God. Okay. Let's think. Okay, my gut wants to go to the inspector, okay? If it's not the inspector, I feel like I gotta go Giselle. Shit. Ah.
it's wrong, but I have... Fuck! No!
Take that!
Shit, I don't think that's it. No. Please.
You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence?
Oh my god.
Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Kurakura-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Tangent! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meat to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's beefsteak meal that we said at the beginning. That makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection.
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. How do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. You did switch the plates? After it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced that he was undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So, when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. Push the baby down. Okay. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak, and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. The blood. Earlier in the trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That, to preserve the evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Then please, present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold stab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearing on this case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon?
Should that bird's in attack formation?
Yeah, he is. He's ready for fucking up shit. Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. Sorry for keeping you. Look at that perfectly cut steak. Look at that blood. Here is the other steak and its plate. Please feel free to examine it. The blood stain. It's clearly visible.
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be! In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Miss Giselle Brett. It's you. Oh God, the swan died. Outdone by a Japanese. Me, by a Japanese schoolboy. No, no, no. What is happening? I'm so... I'm sorry. I'm sorry, what just happened?
What kind of drugs are we watching?
What? Wait. I'm sorry. I'm so... What? The fuck just happened?
She has descended to heaven.
What? I have so many questions. I have so many questions. Oh my god. What? What the fuck? What happened? I don't even know where to start, but we're just gonna pretend we saw nothing. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day.
Swan instrumentality.
Thank you guys for the 100 bits. I appreciate it.
Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life, using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So you planned to kill the professor knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because curare is unheard of in Japan.
Yes. And of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him and make it appear as though he had been dining alone. And leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table.
That would be me, I suppose.
Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in the chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment.
A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
Oh, we called that one too. Under your skirt. So I was right. There were two guns.
Yes.
And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice.
And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. Just as you bent down to pick it up,
that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead.
naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, I had assumed Naruto-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around.
Because of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun.
So, there you have it. That is entirety of my misdemeanor.
Oh, this isn't a murder. This is just like a misdemeanor, guys. No big deal. It's just a misdemeanor. No big deal. No big deal. It's fine. Yes.
I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later?
Oh my god, no! Don't do it!
Don't worry, she's British. She got her murder license ages ago.
Listens. Thank you. I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me. Naruto-san?
And she just gets away? It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be. Takatsuchi Aochi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. You better start getting used to tough opposition. Ryunosuke Naruhodo! What? Yes. This insult to the Archie family name will never be forgotten. You become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Oh god, don't draw your sword. It's the way of the world, may you never forget. Oh my god, don't draw your sword in a courtroom. Oh my fucking god. You are insane. What just happened? Sir. Oh my god. How did he do that? That's hot. 1,000 millennia may pass and still the Achi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruto, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern mythology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asagi. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, in you I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency! He has the potential, chat. You got it. You got it. You know me. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. We did it! Yeah! The court is now adjourned. Whew. We did it. Now what? I'm out of breath, man. I can't believe it. Can't believe what's happened. I made it! I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial! Hey, Ryunosuke! You finally pulled it off! Congratulations! I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place that— oh, fuck, I forgot we made that deal, did we? Shit. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off.
Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do anything.
Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out.
Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Your father? Ah, yes, of course.
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency.
Yeah, why do we need a flashback right now? Speaking of Mikotaba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend. You mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? That's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to the study for medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago. Now, besides, it's your turn, Asagi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asagi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? God, let's hope he isn't. Of course I am. Oh god. You can't do that. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Oh boy. I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean, after all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's gonna face trial herself now. She's the true culprit. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. Shanghai?! Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country, I'm certain of that. It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga! Are you like okay, buddy? You were coughing up blood and I thought it was related to the case. I hope you're okay. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. We can't try her. Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. In normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? She's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along, bruh. You mean I played a video game? I played a game within a video game? Wait, I'm confused. God, what? Fuck. Fuck! There was never any danger of common big words. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. It's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt that women will receive the judgment that women will receive. Oh God. That woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. Let's have some of that curare. It's not gonna hurt us, apparently. We should be celebrating Yurinosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest Le Carnival? Oh God. As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. Oh God. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details. Okay, but like, you're dying. Le Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruto-san's release. Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Rinosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing! You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the very best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me! All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again! I just did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. Oh. To believe. To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me whenever I said I didn't do it? I'm human just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. You face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts. And because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. It's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... You're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Oh. Oh god, wait, but our conversation... No, don't do this. What's your favor? Please say it. No! Fuck! What favor did you want? Just fucking say it. Oh my god, no. No! My very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. What do you mean? He played a huge part. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. More importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Well, that's a cliffhanger. What about the favor, though? That's all I really care about. No! Oh, I'm so sad. I'm really sad because I had a raid target and they just got off stream and now I'm just really sad about it. I was really excited about raiding them. Fuck. Well, that's dumb. So now what do we do? Episode 2. Oh god, that was all just episode 1? And there's 5 episodes. Oh god. Okay. So I guess we do an episode per stream. Shit. We did it! We got through episode 1! That was a fantastic introduction to the series for me. Just saying, that was great. I'm hooked. If all of this, if all these episodes are like this, yo, I want more of that. That was fun. I can't wait. Dude, that was awesome.